Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. President Castellanos, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the June 14th, 2023 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:06 p.m. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there any speakers on a closed session agenda item?
There are none.
Okay, the board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. A, student expulsion 1 case. B, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation 4 cases. C, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation 2 cases. D, conference with real property negotiators, property Pacifica San Juan property South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility. E, liability claims, significant exposure to litigation 3 cases. F, conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, unrepresentative employees, superintendent, deputy superintendent, associate superintendent, ESS, associate superintendent, HRS. G, public employee employment appointment, principals, multiple sites, executive director, human resource services, employee engagement, executive director, safety and student services, executive director, state and federal programs. H, public employment superintendent. I, public employee dismissal release 1 case, resolution number 2223-25. The board will now recess to closed session. Stand by that board meeting.
Yeah.
This is the chief.
President Castellanos, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the June 14th, 2023 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:05 p.m. As a reminder, per board policy 9323, meeting conduct requests to address the Board of Trustees will be accepted only until 30 minutes after the start of open session. Please also note that we have Spanish interpreters attending this evening's board meeting and they are available to anyone in the back of the room. Oral communications is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. Per board policy, the total time allotted for oral communication is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker, but the per speaker time may be less if there's a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to a non-agenda oral communication comment. Please note, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on an agenda item, we will hear them before any adult speaker when the item begins. Also, on agenda item 13D5, school board minutes for May 30th, 2023, staff has corrected a typo. Copies are available in the back of the room. Oh, and on the district website as well. Also, please note, agenda item 13B3 has been pulled by staff. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Davis. Here. Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard.
Present.
Trustee Hannachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Okay, today, in honor of Flag Day, Trustee Bullicus has prepared a few items to say, and then we'll continue on with the pledge. Trustee Bullicus.
Good evening. Today is June 14th. That makes it Flag Day, which celebrates the symbolism and history of the American flag. The United States celebrated the adoption of the Stars and Stripes in a variety of ways when President Woodrow Wilson issued a proclamation establishing June 14th as Flag Day in May 1916. These celebrations include flying the flag in front of residences, participating in parades, and holding other patriotic events. In 1877, the first Flag Day was celebrated 100 years after the Continental Congress adopted the flag. In 1949, President Harry Truman officially made Flag Day a day of national observance, although Flag Day is not a federal holiday. While its look has changed a dozen times over the years, the American flag has remained a symbol of freedom and justice. And another interesting fact, the colors red, white, and blue did not have meaning for the Stars and Stripes when it was adopted in 1777. However, when the Congress of the Confederation chose red, white, and blue for the Great Seal of the United States in 1782, the meanings were listed as red for valor and hardness, white for purity and innocence, and blue for vigilance, perseverance, and justice. Now, if you'll all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. With your hands over heart, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Trustee Davis, seconded by Trustee Parham. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries to adopt the agenda 7-0. Mrs. Hayes, please read the report out from closed session.
On agenda item 3A, student expulsion, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Case number 2023043. On agenda items B1 through B4, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. ADR case number 20220-207M, Case number 2023-0508, case number 2023-0518, case number 2023-0522. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. OAH case number 2022-110417 and case number 2023-030824. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators, no reportable action. On agenda item 3E, liability claims. Agenda items E1 through E3, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. Rejection of government claim number 2210797, rejection of government claim number 2210798, rejection of government claim number 2210800. On agenda item 3F, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda items G1 through G4, trustees voted 7-0 to approve the following staff recommendations for appointments. Jonathan Ellis, elementary principal assigned to the Early Childhood Center effective July 1, 2023 for the 2023-2024 school year. Valerie Douglas, elementary principal assigned to Oso Grande Elementary School effective July 1, 2023 for the 2023-2024 school year. Rich Frieda, elementary principal assigned to Don Juan Avila Elementary School effective July 1, 2023 for the 2023-2024 school year. Jill O'Connell Vogel, executive director, human resource services, employee engagement effective July 1, 2023. Darren Jedra, executive director, safety and student services effective July 1, 2023. Dr. Michael Gomez, executive director, state and federal programs effective July 1, 2023. I always get out of breath on these. There's a lot of good stuff coming to me. On agenda item H, public employment, trustees voted 7-0 to appoint Dr. Christopher Brown. We're proud of all our employees that come up through our district and also bringing on everyone who is new. So Dr. Christopher Brown, Superintendent, Capistrano Unified School District, effective July 1, 2023. And finally, agenda item 3I, public employee discipline dismissal release. Trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Resolution number 222325. And that concludes my report.
Nice job, Ms. Hayes. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to recognize Jimmy Knodel, Coordinator Communications, Public Engagement and Marketing, to present tonight's special recognition.
Good evening. We have one special recognition tonight, and that is for Karen Gauthier, Coordinator 2 STEM. Karen was recently awarded the Outstanding Leadership in STEM Education Award from the OC STEM Initiative. In her role in CUSD, she provides expertise and guidance to teachers, staff, and parents in the areas of math and science. She coordinates professional development opportunities and created a series of trainings on language routines specifically for English learners in math. She facilitates a STEAM advisory board and is organizing family STEAM nights for each high school feeder pattern. On behalf of CUSD, we want to congratulate Karen Gauthier on this well-deserved award and thank her for all of her efforts in leading STEM education in CUSD. Got a quick photo with the trustees. You guys want to call for a photo? One, two.
Okay, at this time, we are moving to board comments. Trustees, any comments this evening? Trustee Billis.
I just have a quick comment. Refugio Kuko Rushdian, who's not here this evening because he's attending, I think it's a nephew's graduation. But at 3 o'clock today, he had attended a meeting in Mission Viejo where we are already planning for Olympics 2028. And how the city of Mission Viejo is going to help host and offer hospitality to our athletes. And I was presented with really good news that I would like to share. Apparently last night at this Mission Viejo City Council meeting, they voted to spend up to $75,000 in putting a chain link fence around Bathgate Elementary School in Mission Viejo. And it will be at the back part of the property where when they're on the Nepali Park that's adjoining the school, and they play ball, the balls kind of tend to fall and go down behind. So it will not be in between the park and the school, but for safety, they have awarded those monies and it's supposed to be worked on this summer. So our team, John Forney back there, should be hearing about that so that you know where it is and where they're going to work on that. So I'm always proud to say Mission Viejo supports our families and our schools and the community. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hanachek.
Thank you. I would like to extend an additional thank you to Karen. Your sphere of influence is not only here and district-wide, but is at the individual level too. So the Litchfield family says, thank you very, very much. So thank you so much for everything that you do. I greatly appreciate it. And then I'd just like to add an extra, Dr. Brown, welcome. We're very excited to have you here to share this great district and to see that possibility space and forward focus that we know you'll bring. So thank you so much.
Okay, any other trustees? No? Okay. We are now moving on to oral communications, the total time for oral communications. Did you have something? I'm sorry. Oh, okay, go ahead, trustee Jones.
I just wanted to thank the city of Mission Viejo. I think that's very generous, and also to welcome Dr. Brown. I have been telling everybody who is willing to listen how happy they're going to be with you in that seat. And I know that it's going to be wonderful. Thank you very much for being with us.
Trustee Davis.
Thank you. I also would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Brown and look forward to the work that will happen with our district. And I wanted to just finish with the end of the year and all of the excitement and what's happened at the graduation. So I was able to attend the Cal Prep graduation, the ATP Bridges program, the CTE graduation, which is the first time we've done that for the adult students that are graduating from that CTE program. For those of you that aren't familiar with that name, it's more along the lines of what we were used to call ROP, so vocational education. So that was awesome. And then of course, San Clemente High School graduation. So I'm grateful for the good teaching and things that are happening in COSD.
Thank you. I just want to give a special thank you to our interim superintendent, Mr. Clark Hampton. It's not easy being deputy superintendent, but then also asked to take on an additional role and move us forward with leadership. So we appreciate all you've done for us. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, oral communications. Here we go. We are now moving into oral communications. The total time shall be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual, but could be less depending on the number of speakers. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for oral communications?
We have 3 speaker cards.
Okay.
So I'll ask you to come to the podium in the order that I call your name. Fred Smolder, Amy Baxter, and Michelle McNett. Please come forward and we'll start with Mr. Smolder.
Hello, my name is Fred Smoller. I'm a professor of political science at Chapman University, and I'm here to give you some good news. My colleague, Mike Moody, and I think some of you may know Margaret, his wife, were fortunate to get a $5 million grant from the California legislature to put on the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon. Some of you may even remember about 10 years ago, we had the houses that came from around the world to the Great Park. Well, for better or worse, I'm the guy who made that happen. In any case, we went and said, gee, given all of the tremendous challenges that California faces, and I don't have to convince you of that, you have solar panels, you're using natural gas buses, and you may even be familiar with the Amtrak train, which has been closed 3 times because of coastal erosion. In any case, this climate change is real. The state has adopted a number of very important pieces of legislation to deal with it. And my belief as a political scientist, and I think it's just common sense, is that if you don't engage the public, and if particularly the academic community, we're going to have a problem. So one part of our Orange County Sustainability Decathlon consists of 14 or 15 teams from the primarily CSU, Cal State, as well as all the schools from around the world are building homes. But I'm here to tell you about something else. We have a STEAM student showcase. This is a program of grants that we're going to give to all Orange County teachers, K through 12, to bring their students to the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon, which will be held at the Costa Mesa Fairgrounds from October 5th to the 15th. Now, I've sent the PDF announcement to Mr. Burris, and I guess I have a request, what I would like you to do. I want this to be every 2 years. The state told me, good luck. We have to see, we'll give you 5 million, but you have to show us local buy-in. And it seems to me, if I could have my way, I would love to see your district work with my new best friend, the superintendent, to say one of our days is going to be, we'll call it Environmental Day. And at the beginning of the day, you would go to the decathlon, take a tour. There's a Wyland exhibit, a number of other things. And then we've posted a number of things, and we're open that are going to go on the website for teachers to use in class. So I'm mooted. In any case, I'm here. I teach at Chapman. I'm in Orange. You can find me, Superintendent. Pleasure to meet you. Congratulations. And this is a good thing.
Thank you. We need to move on to our next speaker, Amy Baxter. Come on down.
Hi, my name is Amy Baxter. I'm a San Clemente resident, a CUSD parent, and a 15-year veteran high school English teacher in a neighboring district, from a neighboring district. I'm here to express my support for the continued implementation of the California Healthy Kids Survey in CUSD. The survey was written by experts in education who combine years of experience and training in writing and refining survey questions, which will elicit useful and age-appropriate information about our kids. It makes zero sense to implement a survey written in a bubble. The results from an isolated survey are neither scientifically sound nor useful. However, standardized survey responses like those from the California Healthy Kids Survey are tracked over time to provide useful long-term data. We can compare students in CUSD with their peers from all over the state of California. This is what the authors of the survey bring to the table with their expertise: time, data, analysis, and conclusions. CUSD is not a monolith. We can't learn anything by comparing ourselves to ourselves. The California Healthy Kids Survey is meaningful. It is helpful. It provides valuable data-driven statewide feedback for our district and our students. Thank you.
Next up, Michelle McNutt. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michelle McNutt. I have 2 children in CUSD schools, and I would like to say happy Pride. Although I say that with celebration and joy in my heart for our LGBTQ community, I'm also filled with sadness and concern. This is a frightening and unsafe time for LGBTQ folks. The demonization of LGBTQ people during public comments has taken place at every board meeting throughout this school year. Spreading misinformation and lies about this community is horrific and dangerous and creates a culture of violence. These attitudes and comments will lead to real life violence, especially towards trans folks. Even our local CUSD extremist groups have targeted students and teachers and still have a photo of one of our students on their social media account, on their Instagram account. Our students are watching and they are aware. Now more than ever, they need to know that they have a safe and supportive school environment. As elected leaders, you have an obligation to make sure that LGBTQ kids are supported, that their families are supported, and that we have, and that their family, they're concrete, and the support is concrete, and that it is visible. I urge you to consider the following things. Gender information is requested on a form. Be sure the data is relevant to the purpose of the form and consider eliminating it if it isn't necessary. When gender information is needed, change forms to eliminate the 2 binary options of male, female, and leave the field blank for people to fill in whatever they feel is appropriate for them. Provide training to all teachers and office staff about supporting LGBTQ students and the relevant laws that apply. Educating administrators and school counselors is a good first step, but on a daily basis, most students do not interact with principals and counselors. They rely on teachers and staff. Adopt a district-wide anti-bullying program for elementary schools that specifically includes LGBTQ content and ensure that it is taught to fidelity. No Place for Hate is not yet district-wide, and it needs to be. There is also little to no mention of LGBTQ content until high school, even though it's contained in our No Place for Hate program. Our elementary and middle schools have simply chosen not to use it. Consider actively supporting a Pride Week at our school sites, which would include information for students as well as parent education. There's no reason other than fear and backlash and complaints that CUSD could not do this. I'm hoping that as we prepare for the next school year, we can make more progress towards supporting our LGBTQ students, families, teachers, and staff. Thank you.
Our
Hi.
next speaker is Jessica Wilkes.
Yes, thank you so much for hearing from me also. My name is Jessica Wilkes. I'm a resident of Ladera Ranch. I've been concerned with some of the rhetoric I've heard and read on local parenting groups about banning books. And I wanted to tell you why book banning is undemocratic and un-American should proposals like this ever come before you. As quickly as possible. It violates the First Amendment. Children do not check their constitutional rights at the schoolhouse door, according to the Supreme Court. Banned books discriminate against protected classes and are often about or written by authors of color or LGBTQ authors. You cannot be pro-critical thinking and pro-banning books. Those two ideas are incompatible. Children cannot learn critical thinking skills if they are never allowed to evaluate information with which they disagree. Diversity of viewpoint is an important American value. There has never been a time when book bans have been on the right side of history, ever. Book banning or banning access to information has always been used to control people, and you see it now in places like Iran and Afghanistan. Book bans are a slippery slope. We've already reached a logical conclusion in one location in Utah where enacted restrictions led to the Bible having to be removed from the school library because it violated the district's policies on violence. This is the problem with saying 0 books with any sexual encounters. There goes nearly all religious texts, which violates our First Amendment rights. Children have a right to protect and practice religion in schools. Furthermore, what's right for my child won't be for yours. If I think the Bible is too graphic and full of violence and incest, but you think it's okay for a bedtime story for your 5-year-old, whose rights should take precedence? And I would argue that freedom takes precedence. There is not a constitutional right to be free from discomfort. Schools belong to the community as a whole. Approximately 80% of Americans do not support book bans, and of the remaining 20%, it is a small vocal subset who are driving force behind most book bans currently. Realistically, probably less than 5% of the population who believe that people should not have equal access to information. The reason behind book bans are not valid. Some people claim that books indoctrinate children when the opposite is true. Having free access to information is the way to not indoctrinate children. In order to truly indoctrinate someone, you must restrict their access to information. If you don't want your beliefs to be discriminated against in the future, we should not be quick to wield that power against others now. And finally, part of living in a free society is sitting with the discomfort of living and listening to other people's bad ideas. It is a skill we must practice early and often. We are currently living in a time when too few people practice this, and it shows. We shouldn't race to cut people out of our lives because we perceive that they have bad ideas. Canceling isn't the solution. Someone else's ideas might be bad. You might disagree with them very much, but we have to learn to coexist and work together. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to open public hearing regarding special education local plan area 2023-24 local plan. The time is now 7:30 p.m. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do now.
Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed and the time is 7:31 p.m. We will now move to consent calendar. Please note per board policy 9323 and in accordance with the law, the public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed or given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted between 1 and 3 minutes per item, depending on the number of individuals who have presented requests to speak. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for consent calendar this evening?
We do.
Okay.
We have 8 speaker cards for consent this evening. That would be 24 minutes. Do you want to reduce the time to 2 minutes per card?
Trustees, do you have any, does anybody have an opinion on 16 versus 24 minutes? 2? Okay, let's go with 2.
The time allotted will be 2 minutes per speaker. I'm going to call up the first 3 speakers, Todd Montgomery, Logan Ruby, and Mary McGraw. Please come forward. In the queue will be Michelle Morgan, Jean, and Bill. Todd, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Todd Montgomery. On behalf of Kyocera Document Solutions, thank you for this brief opportunity to voice a few concerns about this process and ultimately the award. I've been in this industry for over 30 years, and frankly, most vendors lose more bids than you win. That's just the nature of the beast. Kyocera's presence here tonight is not simply about losing a bid. Decisions which usually determine the winner are price, device functionality, significant differentiation from the competition, and that has not been the case in the situation with the award going to Toshiba. Kyocera met all requested criteria throughout the rigorous and mostly highly unorthodox bid process. Our presentations, pricing, and detailed implementation plan earned us a letter of intent dated May 3rd, 2023. Unfortunately, an honest misunderstanding and assumptions made by Mrs. Russ to pull the Kyocera award off the board agenda and then suspend our award one day after the last board meeting. However, once the misunderstanding was brought to light, Kyocera immediately worked to make necessary corrections. This was done within 48 hours at a great expense to Kyocera, of which CUSD was the ultimate beneficiary. This was to no avail. In the end, Kyocera provided the requested goods and services at a price which met or surpassed the district's requirements. Moreover, our final pricing was far below market value due to our commitment to obtain this business. In fact, your IT department believed Kyocera was the only vendor that could successfully accomplish the implementation over the summer months. We are hereby notifying the board that Kyocera has filed a formal protest and is requesting that the board take a closer look at the factors used to withdrawing on the award from Kyocera. All board members, along with the interim superintendent, were sent an email with a letter detailing our concerns. Tonight's forum and time limit prevents me from going into the details, but after further review of our protest letter, I'm certain the board may have more than a few questions of your own. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Next speaker is Logan Ruby.
Hello, my name is Logan Ruby. Dear CUSD board members, thank you for letting me speak tonight about the No Place for Hate program through the ADL. My name is Logan Ruby, and I'm now a graduate from San Clemente High School, and now I'll be attending Cal Poly SLO for architecture. I spoke to you back in summer of 2022 regarding this exact agenda item. As a No Place for Hate member and a former student of San Clemente High School, I can confidently say that No Place for Hate creates lasting impacts. This recent school year, our program has brought information about Indigenous cultures in our local community, ways to improve inclusivity, and ways to identify harmful words in our daily lives. These lessons were designed by students and for students. Having these lessons and experience helped limit the effects of hate and harmful biases on campus. The program this year brought students, staff, and teachers closer, not only making a safer campus, but also creating a campus where students can feel comfortable and welcome each day at school. San Clemente is credited with its famous slogan, "One Town, One Team." I feel that without programs such as No Place for Hate, we would fall short of our title. The program has the ability to make everyone feel heard, important, and supported each day at school and all throughout the community, making us one team. It is important that this program continues onward. For each year, it grows in importance and success. This past year, I have seen more outward appreciation and support for the program and what it stands for. At San Clemente High School, signups to join the program had almost doubled for the next upcoming year. This is a clear sign of improvement, not only for the school, but for the entire community it'll impact. I myself have been a part of No Place for Hate for 3 years now, and though I have graduated, I still speak today, for it is something of great importance to both the school and to myself. The program has shaped me into a more aware, kind, and supportive individual. The trainings, lessons, and experience will continue to impact my life for the greater good and for what's to come. By keeping No Place for Hate at these schools throughout the district, just like myself, students will gain a positive impacts and build an overall safer community. Thank you.
Next, we have Mary McGraw.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. I'm Mary McGraw, and I'm also here to address the importance of the No Place for Hate program. I am also a recent graduate of San Clemente High School, and I would like to share a short anecdote about a time I experienced hateful language in the classroom. I had walked into my sophomore year English class at SEHS and sat down at my usual desk. The seats were not assigned in that class, but everyone typically chose the same seat each day. I pride myself on being a punctual person, so I arrived with plenty of time before the tardy bell. One of my male classmates from the other learning group was not as timely as I was. The student noticed which seat I was in and then called me the B word. I was a bit startled. I didn't know the student, and I at first wasn't aware of any problem. I found the language to be abrupt, rude, and inappropriate between peers in the classroom setting. I do not appreciate being called the B word, especially as it is derogatory language most frequently used against women. I soon found out that this classmate of mine was mildly annoyed that I was sitting in his usual seat. We simply didn't know this because we had previously been in the classroom on opposite days from the hybrid learning schedule during the COVID-19 pandemic. The part about this interaction that angered me the most was that I didn't know how to respond. Of course, I'd been called rude names before, but this specific situation in the classroom stuck out to me. How could I communicate to my classmate that his response to such a mild issue was blown out of proportion and rude on a fundamental level? I never had an opportunity to respond to him, but I did have the opportunity to educate my peers on a broader scale after my English teacher recommended me for the No Place for Hate committee. Through my 2 years of work on the No Place for Hate committee, I have planned, written, and taught lessons to my peers about how we may create a more welcoming and mindful campus. My training with the Anti-Defamation League prepared me with more appropriate and thought-provoking solutions to everyday instances of hate. Our job is not only to help open the minds of others, but also to inspire bystanders to speak out more when they witness hateful interactions. I have now graduated San Clemente High School, but I hope that the legacy of the program may live on so it may continue the work of creating a welcome environment for everyone. As an IB diploma graduate, I firmly believe I have a moral imperative to create solutions for problems when they occur, and that includes making my high school and my community a nicer place than I found it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Morgan. Michelle, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Morgan, and I, like millions of other Americans throughout this country, am gravely concerned about what is going on in our education system, particularly prioritizing social issues like CRT and sexual issues like transgenderism over basic education of math, science, English, literature, and history. I've attended board meetings here on several occasions and monitor your monthly agenda. Tonight, my concern is this board continuing to renew a contract with the Anti-Defamation League for who knows what, other than another gateway into our schools with access to our children. On the surface of this contract, it looks harmless, but do you know that the ADL leads the way in censorship and cancel culture? Why is this board inserting the ADL in our education system in the first place? In past meetings, you've expressed serious concern about hate on our campuses to the extent you seek to have safe places free from hate. Yet the ADL website boasts finding hate and white supremacy in everything. Even the number 100 is deemed by them a symbol of 100% white supremacy. While they purport to call out extremist threats across the political spectrum, they tally 150 radical right-wing terrorist groups There is little to no mention of left-wing groups, including BLM groups trying to tear down the nuclear Black family, and Antifa, which is out to destroy the very fabric of our country. Is the board aware of the history of the ADL, formerly B'nai B'rith, and how it came into being? In the early 1900s, a Masonic Jewish fraternity in Georgia formed this organization to protect a known pedophile named Leo Frank, who raped and murdered a 13-year-old Catholic girl. It was an attempt to protect this man's image because of his heritage, born out of truth, but to conceal. We as a community cannot allow the ADL to define hate. Our moral fabric contains.
I have to cut you off.
Thank you for your time.
Jean? Let's go ahead.
Hi, hello, board. I too am opposed to political organizations coming into the school system like the ADL and providing their views, political views, basically on our kids. And I wanted to ask the board, what is the role of the state, the community, the schools, and the parents when it comes to children? Who has the ultimate responsibility for the child? With all these political things that are coming in, there's 3 assembly bills that are up right now that are very concerning. AB 665, AB 957, and AB 223. They threaten to remove legal and physical custody of children from their parents if parents do not affirm some notion of sexual identity that conflicts with their natural born sex. So again, what is the role? What is the role of the school, the community, and the parents? Parents who hear these bills are horrified that the state would insert its authority over the rights of parents to raise their children. What's behind the agenda to separate parents and children? As a concerned citizen and grandparent, I become increasingly distrustful of institutions and public schools that look to impose curriculum on policies antithetical to parents whose foremost duty is to raise their children. So I call on this CUSD board to propose a parental notification policy that will require schools to notify parents if their child has any significant injury, if they suspect knowledge of any suicidal intentions, if there's any incident or complaint of abuse, and if the student requesting identified or treated at gender for anything other than biological sex.
Thank you, Jean.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill. Following Bill, Elizabeth Mourdock. Following Elizabeth, Brian. Go ahead.
Good evening, staff and trustees. In just April, we had city council members of my city making transphobic, homophobic, horrifying comments on the dais. It's happening in cities all over Orange County. I understand it happens here as well. It's as bad as I've ever seen it. And it is more critical than ever that the ADL continue their program with CUSD. There is no place for hate in education. And I firmly support that program. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Mourdock. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hello. Thank you so very much for allowing me to speak today. Hello, Interim Superintendent, President Castellanos, and board trustees. On behalf of Capistrano Unified Council, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, all of our district administrators, principals, office managers, teachers, and staff for their partnership and support of each of our unit PTA and PTSAs and of our council. Because of this partnership, we have been able to continue our advocacy work for Raise the Base in school and facilities funding, education, and our PTAs have been able to fundraise to provide programs like Art Masters, Meet the Masters, movie nights, STEM nights, parent ed nights, dances, teacher grants, teacher staff appreciation week, senior scholarships, along with many other programs. This year, they have gifted $1,328,808 directly to our schools for items like field trips, playground equipment, substitute librarian and instructional aid salaries, and purchase of office supplies and library books. All of this would not be possible without the hard work and dedication of all of our amazing PTA, PTSA leader, advocates, and volunteers. And this year's, our families volunteered over 280,000 hours, which is a value of almost $8.9 million. So we appreciate all the effort that is put into making our children's educational experience a positive, safe, and scholarly one. And we look forward to continuing our partnership. And a quick shout out to Michelle Plassel Campbell that usually comes up and plugs our PTA. She is in Maui, but happy early birthday, Michelle, if you are listening. And thank you so very much.
Our final speaker on consent, Brian McComb.
Good evening. My name is Brian McCone, Dana Point resident and Vice President, General Manager for Toshiba Business Solutions here in Orange County. So I wanted to step up in front of the board and say thank you for the opportunity to be the next document services provider for the district. We take the role very seriously. We know our hardware and our equipment is very important to support the education of the students and those who support it. So I will be the project lead. I will be the sponsor, and we're very excited and ready to go. We know we have a short turnaround. And thank you for the opportunity to do that. And this is my second time through the process with your district. Learned a lot the first time on how to position and what was necessary to win the contract. And very excited to this second time around that we actually got the pending award. So again, as a resident, very excited, but more as on behalf of Toshiba, we thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. Have a great night.
Okay, thank you. We are now moving on to trustees. Any consent items that you would wish to pull? Trustee Bullicus?
Yes, I'd like to pull consent item 13B6, training program contract with Anti-Defamation League.
Okay, 13B6. Got it. Any other trustees? Trustee Davis, are you good? You're good? Anybody else? Okay, 13B6. All right, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items 13A1 through 13D7, except for the item that was pulled 13B6. Moved by trustee Parham, seconded by trustee Bullicus. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by roll call vote to approve the consent calendar, with the exception of the item that was pulled 13B6. All right.
13B.
Oh, that's right. And also by staff. What was it again, Ms. Hayes?
13B3.
13B3 was also pulled by staff. Thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion action items. 14A1, Special Education Local Plan Area 2023-24 Local Plan. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Education and Support Services, to present the item.
Thank you very much, President.
I mean, one second.
Hold on.
Yes.
Go ahead, Trustee.
Castellanos,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we could, if I could just move the first three items. I think we've already had presentations on these, and this is kind of like a second reading. So just in the interest of time, we've already heard these. And I'd just like to suggest that we just move all three items.
Okay, so let me just say this for clarification. Okay, Trustee Jones. Items 14A1, which is Special Education Local Plan Area 2320 Local Plan, and then also Trustee Jones is suggesting 14A2 State Accountability Local Indicators, and then also 14A3, which is Resolution number 2223-47, Committee 2023-24 adopted budget fund balances. So she is making a motion to approve all three. Do I have a second?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, trustee Ham.
Your cards, and can you move a resolution along with the other two items?
Think if we take a roll call vote, but I'll let Ms. Hayes answer that. Yes, with a roll call vote. And any speaker cards for any of those items? No speaker cards for any of those items. So I have a motion on the floor from trustee Jones to move all three items. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So Mrs. Hayes, will you call the roll?
Trustee Williams.
No.
Trustee Davis.
No.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
No.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Passes 4-3. Correct? Did I do my math correctly? Thank you. Okay, so we are now, did you get that, Ms. Hayes? Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, we are now moving on to 14A4, which is budget 23-24 budget adoption. And at this time, I'd like to recognize Clark Hampton, intern superintendent, to present the item.
Thank you, President Castellanos, trustees. So first, before I turn it over to Philippa Townsend, I'd like to thank her and her staff for the work they do tracking our budget and preparing our budget for the following year. They do extraordinary work. And I'd like to introduce Philippa Townsend, Assistant Superintendent for Fiscal Services, to provide a brief comment about the budget before you approve, and staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be very brief. The 23-24 proposed budget is presented for adoption tonight. The general fund budget is almost identical to the one that we presented to you in May, with a change to the COLA to reflect the new rate of 8.22% as opposed to 8.13% in May. A revision to the Learning Recovery Block Grant and Arts Music Block Grant plans will be brought forward in July as a result of the proposed reduction of those two grants in the state budget. The next revision to the budget will be on August 16th, when the 22-23 unaudited actuals and 23-24 revised budget will be presented. The revised budget will reflect any changes based on the signed state budget. And with that, we present the budget for adoption.
Okay, Mrs. Hayes, any speaker cards? No speaker cards. Okay, trustees, any discussion?
I'll move adoption.
Okay. Moved by trustee Hannachek. Do I have a second? Okay, a second by trustee Jones.
So,
Oh, go ahead, trustee Parham.
yeah, and I just want to reiterate, in Clark, maybe you can speak to this, but I know that this budget already incorporates quite a bit of spending for safety in the school district to continue the programs that we have initiated. And it's likely that we will be looking at additional safety features. Is that right?
Yes, that's true. So incorporated into this budget is, the multi-layered support that we provide to students on a physical basis, emotional and academic, is incorporated into this budget, and we will be looking over the summer at additional safety items for facilities for the beginning of the next year,
as well as staffing.
Yes, we're exploring those options as well.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion by trustee Hannachek, seconded by Jones. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. We are now moving on to 14A5, instructional materials recommended for adoption by the Instructional Materials Review Committee. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Ed Services.
Thank you very much, President Castellanos, trustees, interim superintendent Hampton. Staff presents item A5, instructional materials recommended by adoption by the Instructional Materials Review Committee. I am joined by Assistant Superintendent Carrie Johnson to assist with questions. Staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, any speaker cards?
We have 5 tonight.
Okay.
First speaker is a student, William Krudinger. William, come on up. Following William, we have Eva Harris, Amber Smith, Heather Puhek, and Michelle McNutt. Go ahead, William.
Hello, my name is William, and I'm a student at San Juan Hills, and I was told I'd be speaking on I think it was the optional banning of books based on resident opinions. And so I personally think that if we go by everybody's feelings, right? I mean, or like if we go on everybody's feelings, then everybody's going to be potentially offended by Dr. Seuss or Harry Potter or history books, right? Like Dr. Seuss has gotten some hate recently, as far as I'm aware. So people might choose to not have his books in the classroom, right? So if eventually and then soon there's not going to be any books, right? And if we ban books, that goes right against the First Amendment, which is freedom of press, expression, and media, if I remember correctly. So it's stopping people from getting information is, I have a quote from a previous Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis. If you don't read, you are functionally illiterate. Basically, humans have been reading and writing down things for generations since back to the Romans, right? So if we start banning the books now, then all that information back thousands of years will be unattainable, and history will basically repeat itself up until we unban the books so people can learn from past mistakes that people have made in the past, right? So we don't make them anymore. And that's the reason why people wrote things down. Your personal experience isn't enough to be able to make proper decisions unless you read. So, I mean, if we give it all to public opinion, then eventually everything will be banned. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
President Castellanos, all these cards are for the library policy at the end and not the instructional materials.
Okay.
So that was our students, were letting him speak first was appropriate, but we'll hold the others until we.
Okay, till we get to the item. Okay, thank you. All right, so we are on, so we're done, trustee discussion. We are on instructional materials recommendation for adoption. No, okay, I need a motion then.
Move adoption.
Okay, I need a motion, and motion is by trustee Hannachek, and a second. Second by trustee Bolus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. All right, we are now moving on to 14A6, board action to adopt district's initial proposal to Capistrano Unified Education Association, CUEA, and CUEA's initial proposal for 2023-24 negotiations. At this time, I'd like to recognize Bob Presby, Associate Superintendent of Human Resource Services, to present the item.
Thank you, President Castellanos, trustees, and Interim Superintendent Hampton. Staff presents item 14A6, the initial proposal to the Capistrano Unified Education Association, or CUEA, and CUEA's initial proposal for our 23-24 negotiations. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Any speaker cards on this item? We have none. Okay, trustee discussion, anyone? Okay, then I need a motion to approve the item. Moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Parham. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. We are now moving on to 14A7, recommendation to approve contract for employment of superintendent. So please bear with me. I have a script I need to read through this. All right. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit increase as set forth in the proposed contract for employment of superintendent between the Capistrano Unified School District and Dr. Christopher Brown. The term of employment contract between the district and the superintendent is July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2027. The superintendent shall be paid an annual salary of $335,000. Superintendent's annual salary shall be increased by 3.98% after completion of his first, second, and third years of service. These increases shall be considered as credible compensation and serve as part of his base salary for any future salary increases. After the superintendent's fourth year of district service, he shall receive the same annual percentage salary increases given to other certificated personnel. Other elements of compensation listed in the contract include eligibility to receive the longevity stipend available to all district certificated administrators pursuant to the certificated management compensation schedule. The district shall provide all fringe benefits that are granted to other certificated and classified employees, including, but not limited to, health and welfare and retiree benefits. Expense reimbursement. Superintendent shall be reimbursed for actual or necessary expenses that are naturally incurred as the superintendent conducts the district's business, so long as such expenses are permitted by district policy. The superintendent shall be compensated for actual and necessary expenses incurred when his duties or obligations cause him to travel outside the boundaries of the district in accordance with district policies and procedures. District provided technology devices. District shall provide the superintendent with appropriate technology, including a laptop, a tablet, a smartphone, and other technology devices that might be needed to assist the superintendent with his duties. 24 days of annual vacation with pay exclusive of holidays, 12 days of annual sick leave. The superintendent may elect at the conclusion of each school year ending June 30 annually to be paid for up to 10 days for this then accrued vacation time at the superintendent's then existing rate of pay. I recommend the board approve the contract for the employment of superintendent. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speakers on this item?
There are none.
Okay, any trustee discussion?
I would move the item.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek and seconded by trustee Jones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I would like to recess the meeting just to take a few minutes to congratulate Dr. Brown on his appointment to CUSD. Also, Dr. Brown, would you like to say a few words before I recess? Thank you.
And I don't mean to have my back to you, but it's going to work right now. Sorry. So good evening, Board President Castellanos, trustees, interim superintendent Hampton. I just want to take a brief moment to just express how excited I am to have been selected as the next superintendent of Capistrano Unified School District. You know, I've spent the last 20 years working in the Long Beach Unified School District as a teacher and a leader, and I've had the opportunity to learn from some great educators there. And I'm really excited to learn from some of the great educators that are here in Capistrano Unified as a member of the team moving forward. You know, the selection of a superintendent is one of the core functions of a board of education. So I really want to thank you for the time and effort you spent in the selection process. And I'm humbled that after such an intensive and rigorous process that I was selected. I'm committed to working with the board as a team member to continue to improve the outcomes, the already great outcomes that Capistrano is enjoying for its students and its staff members. And I know it's only the start of summer, and actually summer hasn't officially started, and I'm probably the only person right now who's excited about back to school ads on TV. I'm married to a teacher and she very much disagrees with me on this right now. But as we enter the late summer and the fall, I really can't wait to spend time in our schools, meeting the teachers, the staff, the administrators who are working so hard for our students. I'm really eager to see our students perform academically, socially, athletically, musically, artistically, to really see what they're doing in our schools. I look forward to meeting with the community members for all of the areas that we serve to really build stronger relationships and to continue to provide more opportunities for our students to interact with the community. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take a second to thank my wife and son. I know they're watching via live stream. I'm sure I look great on camera. And finally, I really want to thank the board for just having the trust to place me as your next superintendent. And I'm really excited about July 1st. I can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will take a brief recess. So thank you very much.
Trustees, live stream is now back in progress. You may reopen the meeting.
Okay, we are going to begin, trustees, we are on action, discussion item 14A8. Recommendation to approve amendment number 7 to amended contract for employment of deputy superintendent business and support service. Okay, pursuant to government code section 54953 subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary or fringe benefit increase as set forth in the proposed amendment number 7 to contract for employment of deputy superintendent between the Capistrano Unified School District and Mr. Clark Hampton. Amendment number 7 makes the following changes to the deputy superintendent's contract. The term of the amended employment contract between the district and deputy superintendent business and support services is extended through June 30th, 2027. Adds 1 year extension to the contract, increases the salary of the deputy superintendent by the same percentage and subject to the same contingency as other employee groups. The salary for 2022-23 and 23-24 shall be $311,831, retroactive to July 1st, 2022. Provides for an interim superintendent stipend from January 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023. Keeps all other provisions of his contract and subsequent amendments in effect. The fiscal implications for the increase to the compensation of the deputy superintendent, including salary and benefits, will be as follows. 10.25% as other employee groups, equal to $28,991 total ongoing increase, and 10% interim superintendent stipend one-time increase of $15,591.55. I recommend the board approve amendment number 7 to the contract for employment of the deputy superintendent. Ms. Hayes, do you have any speaker cards? Okay, trustee discussion. Okay, may I have a motion to approve amendment 7 to the amended contract for employment agreement between the district and deputy superintendent business and support services?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hanachek, trustee Hanachek, and seconded by trustee Jones. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no.
No. No.
Okay, motion carries 5-2. We are now moving on to 14A9, recommendation to approve amendment number 2 to amended contract for employment of associate superintendent, education and support services. And at this time, I recognize Clark Hampton.
Thank you, President Castellanos. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and or fringe benefit increases set forth in the proposed contract for employment of associate superintendent, education and support services between the Capistrano Unified School District and Dr. Gregory Merwin. Amendment number 2 makes the following changes to the associate superintendent, education and student support services contract. The term of the amended employment contract between the district and associate superintendent, education and support services is extended through June 30th, 2027 as a 1 year extension to the contract. The salary for the 2022, 2023 and 2023 and 2024 years shall be $261,467, retroactive to July 1, 2022. Increases the salary of the associate superintendent by the same percentage and subject to the same contingency as other employee groups. Retroactive to July 1, 2022, the associate superintendent, education support services entitled to the doctoral stipend amount of $2,374. Keeps all other provisions of his contract and subsequent amendments in effect. The fiscal implication for the increase to the compensation of the associate superintendent, education and support services, including salary and benefits, will be as follows. 10.25% equal to $24,309 total ongoing increase. I recommend the board approves amendment number 2 to the contract for employment of the associate superintendent, education and support services. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do not.
Okay, trustee discussion. Okay, may I have a motion to approve amendment number 2 to the amended contract for employment agreement between the district and the Associate Superintendent Education Support Services?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Hannachek, seconded by trustee Parham. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 5-2. We are now moving on to 14A10. Recommendation to approve amendment number 1 to amended contract for employment of Associate Superintendent Human Resource Services. Again, I'd like to recognize Interim Superintendent Clark Hampton.
Thank you, President Castellanos, trustees. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary or fringe benefit increases set forth in the proposed contract for employment of Associate Superintendent Human Resource Services between the Capistrano Unified School District and Bob Presby. Amendment number 1 makes the following changes to the Associate Superintendent Human Resource Services contract. The term of the amended employment contract between the district and Associate Superintendent Education Human Resource Services is extended through June 30, 2026. Adds a 2-year extension to the contract. Increases the salary of the Associate Superintendent by the same percentage and subject to the same contingency as other employee groups. For the 2022-2023 school year, the salary of the Associate Superintendent shall be $240,678, retroactive to July 1, 2022. For the 23-24 school year, the salary of the Associate Superintendent shall be $246,695. Retroactive to July 1, 2022, the Associate Superintendent Human Resource Services is entitled to the doctoral stipend amount of $2,374. Keeps all other provisions of his contract and subsequent amendments in effect. The fiscal implications for the increase to the compensation of the Associate Superintendent Human Resource Services, including salary and benefits, will be as follows: 10.25% equal to $22,376 of total ongoing increase. I recommend the board approve amendment number 1 of the contract for employment of the Associate Superintendent Human Resource Services. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
There are none.
Okay, trustee discussion? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve amendment number 1 to amended contract for employment of Associate Superintendent Human Resource Services?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Jones,
Second.
seconded by trustee Hannachek. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 5-2. We are now moving on to discussion action item 14A11, which is the resolution number 2223-49, authorizing the formation of and selecting the membership of a real property advisory committee, 711 committee, pursuant to California Education Code 717387, Los Ramblas property. At this time, I'd like to recognize Interim Superintendent Clark Hampton.
Thank you, President Castellanos, trustees. So as trustees knows, the property on Los Ramblas is part of a mitigation agreement with the development of Pacifica San Juan, CFD 98-1A and B. As part of that mitigation agreement, the district had an option to purchase this property. Over time, we've been attempting to sell our option, but now in November of 2022, the trigger for purchasing the property came and the district purchased the property. And now having ownership of the property, we would like to form a committee, a 711 committee, as the item states, to declare the property surplus and then move on to the next action for the property after we've surplused it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hampton. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
There are none.
Okay, trustee discussion? All right, may I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2223-49, authorizing the formation of and selecting the membership of a real property advisory committee, 711 committee, pursuant to California Education Code 17387 for Los Ramblas property. Moved by trustee Parham, seconded by trustee Davis. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Willikes.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by roll call vote. We are now moving on to 14A12, which is first reading board policy 4137, 4237, and 4337 private instruction offered by employees, formerly board policy 4137 tutoring. At this time, I'd like to introduce Bob Presby, Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services, to present the item.
Thank you, President Castellanos. Trustees, Interim Superintendent Hampton. Staff presents item 14A12, the first reading of board policy 4137, 4237, 4337. Private instruction offered by our employees, which is the board policy formerly known as tutoring. This is a first reading and staff asks for trustee feedback and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, any speaker cards? There are none. Okay, trustee discussion. I'm waiting for you, trustee Jones, because I know you are.
No, I have, trustee Davis and I are a subcommittee of the board on, board policies, and I went through this one quite carefully, and I think it's fine. I believe, trustee Davis.
Okay.
Approval.
Okay, may I have a motion to adopt policy on first reading and waive second reading? Is that all right? Of the board policy, that's what you were gonna do? Okay, move a second reading of board policy 4137, 4237, 4337, private instruction offered by employees. Can I have a motion?
I gave you a motion.
Oh, sorry, trustee Volkes. And seconded by trustee Davis. All those in favor? Did you have a question? Just unanimous. Everyone, aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0 to adopt the policy on a first reading and waive the second reading of board policy 4137, 4237, 4337, private instruction offered by employees. All right, we are now moving on to action discussion item 14A13. Trustee request to agendaize board policy 6163.1 libraries. And Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards? I think you said we did, and we're going to go back. Okay,
So we'll go back, and our speakers, please forgive my error earlier. And our speakers are Eva Harrison, Amber Smith, Heather Puhek, and Michelle McNutt. Eva, come on up.
Hi, how are you? I didn't really write anything down and I still hate public speaking, but here we go. Just to clarify one more time, we don't want to ban books. We're not book banners. We don't want sexually explicit books in schools. We read those books to you on a few occasions, the explicit language, the pictures, etc. It's a free country. If parents think it's important for their own kids to be reading sexually explicit books, they have the freedom to do this at home. We don't want our children to be sexualized at school. I know my friends will speak on this too, so I'm going to let them continue with that. 2 more minutes, wow. I would like you to look into a group that has no voice and that has been censored and silenced a lot. It's a group called Trans Awareness. I prayed long and hard if I should share this, but since we have more than our usual minute, I will. 7 years ago, I did extensive research on gender dysphoria in children for personal reasons. Back then, the suggestion by most medical sites was to not address it. It was to not address it when kids mentioned that they think they are the other sex. Parents were advised to neither say, no, that's wrong, which I agree with, of course, or neither say, that's okay, you can be that. The reason was that back then, and it was a long time ago, but it was about 80% of children that ever mentioned something like that in the age group from 3 to 8 will not experience gender dysphoria after they continued their physical and mental development. And as a mother, who wants what's best for her child, and I truly believe that every mother in this room, no matter what side you're on, wants what's best for their child. I I want you to think about what books in elementary schools for children that are young, that may be experiencing this, which is normal. It's very normal for children to say, I think I'm a boy or I think I'm a girl when they are the other sex. But there is a huge spike in children that are now saying they're transgender. And I think it's due to what's happening, what they're exposed to. I'm not saying transgender children don't exist. I love all children. And thank you.
The next speaker is Amber Smith.
Good evening. Okay. Federal law strictly prohibits the distribution of obscene matter to minors. Any transfer or attempt to transfer such material to a minor under the age of 16, including over the internet, is punishable under federal law. The Miller test is used to determine if given material is obscene. Obscenity is defined as anything that fits the criteria by the Miller test, which may include, for example, visual depictions, spoken words, or written text. Visual representations such as drawings, cartoons, or paintings that appear to depict minors engaged in sexual activity and are obscene are also illegal under federal law. We have had several books with graphic drawings in our school libraries and teachers' classroom libraries. I have reported several of these to the board, and rightfully so, thank you. They have been removed. Removing pornography from minors is not book banning. It's the decent thing to do. I understand that on June 1st, a joint letter from Governor Newsom, Attorney General Rob Banta, and State Superintendent Tony Thurmond was sent to all California superintendents, charter school admins, and school principals on the topic of removal of books from libraries and curricula. The joint letter warned that removal of materials may constitute unlawful discrimination. It says nothing about federal law. The letter also noted the Attorney General may review a governing board's action, policies, and procedures related to the removal of banning of instructional materials from classrooms or libraries. This letter is just empty threats. The law is on our side. It's just threats, just like the so-called mask requirements that turned into recommendations after lawsuits started happening and parents and students started speaking out. So instead of reporting these books to the board, if I find any more books or content with graphic drawings of kids performing sexual acts, I will be reporting them to the authorities. It seems to me the only way that the board will take the parents seriously is if the person or persons responsible for allowing this perverse content to get into the hands of a minor is held accountable. It's time to finally do the right thing and protect the children and support this agenda item.
Next speaker is Heather Puya.
Can I have just a real point of order? So we're on 14, correct? Don't we usually have the presentation of the item, then our speakers, and then discussion? We've just gone right in, because I don't know what the item would be talking on, right? Because I didn't get the presentation. Did I miss something? Don't we usually do that? The presentation, then our speakers, and then we discuss. So we missed this presentation. So I'm happy folks are jumping in, but they must know something that I don't know because I didn't know what the topic is. Don't we usually do, because it says for
Yes.
Davis, right? So
Yes.
say something.
Yes, I'm gonna throw it out to Trustee Davis. What would you like to do? Do you want me to stop speaker cards, or we can do it right after? It's up to you.
And present since we went out of order.
Okay.
Okay, I'm confused of what they're speaking on because it just says here that you're going to present for more information. So that's fine.
Yes, she is going to present just a second.
I'd like to wait then until after I've heard the presentation to speak, if that's possible.
Okay. Well, let's do. How long yeah, I'm gonna let the speakers finish and then I'll let you give your, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Heather Puhack.
Good evening, board members. As many of you know, I am a former CUSD student and a current CUSD mom. I'm aware of a letter sent to the California school districts from Governor Newsom that the attorney and also the Attorney General and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. It reminded me of a letter sent to school districts early on in the pandemic that pointed to a mandate that ended up being a suggestion. I hope that the board will keep that in mind in light of recent communications. The letter opens mentioning that communities across California are being confronted with threats that invoke a darker past. Governor Newsom also recently made a tweet pointed directly at a Temecula school board president saying, "Congrats, you have our attention." We can safely assume, due to the tone of the tweet, that the threats our governor is referring to is parents asking school board members to consider what books are available to students. Parents have been called ignorant, hateful, homophobic, transphobic, bigoted, fascists, closed-minded, and book burners. School districts and parents have a responsibility to protect students and therefore should be considering what books are available to our students and making sure they're age appropriate. This is not a hateful act. This is not about removing LGBTQIA+ inclusive content. This is about removing sexual content. Removing a book is not the same thing as banning a book. Parents are not asking that books with sexual content from bookstores or public libraries be removed. Parents are asking that explicit books be evaluated and considered in light of whether or not they are age appropriate for students. A student does not need to have access to sexual content in order to develop a diverse and critically minded perspective. The letter also states that if books are removed, the action may be viewed as discriminatory. Removing sexual content from school libraries is not equal to discrimination. Removing a book from a library that contains sexual content is actually protecting children. I want to encourage this board to continue working with our district's library on the removal of sexual content in schools. Thank you.
Michelle.
Hi, I'm also just made a general statement because I'm not quite sure what we're asking to be done tonight. So I'll just talk about books and what's kind of been happening in our district this school year. I'm pleased to see the board considering a revision of the library policy. I'm hoping a new policy will be robust and fully support my parental rights and the right of my children to learn and discover. When the core of someone's agenda is taking away possibilities or access to information, that is a red flag. When a school board officially decides to remove books from shelves, books that have been there for years without complaints, that is not protecting children. That actually is called book banning. I've heard the complaints, and I understand that some parents don't want their kids to be able to learn about or imagine the full and rich experiences of people who are different from themselves. But that's not what I want for my kids. A small group of disgruntled parents should not have the right to tell all parents what is allowed to be read in a school library or in a classroom library. Their rights end when they begin trampling over my child's rights to read and learn and discover. It diminishes the education of every single student when we remove books. If you don't like a book, you don't have to read it. And as far as I know, there has never been pornography in any of our libraries or any of our classroom libraries. I hear that claim made frequently, but to my knowledge, that has not happened. Thank you.
Trustee Davis.
Thank you. I asked for this item to be agendized so that we could provide an update to our communities on the work our district staff and trustees have accomplished on what has been an oft-addressed topic across our country over the last year. We as a district have been able to support our library policy with new administrative regulations called ARs that are clear and support all our students, families, teachers, classified staff, and administrators. We will also be providing training to all administrators and library media techs this summer on the new administrative regulations. We have worked to clarify expectations about teacher classroom libraries and school libraries. I appreciate the work done to clarify and strengthen this policy and provide administrative regulations to support our district. For those who are interested, the library policy and the AR, the administrative regulations, are available online, along with a video that will show how to search our online directory to see the books we have in our school libraries. You can search by specific school or CUSD as a whole. You can also search by specific topics, words, and many other ways. You can find these on our website at capousd.org under Instructional Media Center or the IMC. With that, I will go through any questions, but I think it's just really important that we understand that we have looked at the library policy and we have added additional support, which is the AR. So I believe they're in the back of the room, the ARs. Ms. Hayes, is that correct? Do we have copies of the AR in the back of the room?
We've printed hard copies for every trustee, and they've been made available on the public on this agenda online.
And not in the back of the room?
I'm getting a note from the back of the room. Because
Right,
they
so
were,
you can see them online, and if you'd like a copy.
we will provide, anyone who requests any copies of any agenda items, we will provide them at any time.
Thank you.
So just for clarification on this item is on the agenda and it needs to be, if it's voted on, to bring it back to have further discussion, right? That's what you're asking, Trustee Davis, or and you moved to table? Okay, that's what I needed. Okay. All right, so I have a motion by Trustee Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
She's gonna table it. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Okay, thank you. I believe it was Jones. Trustee Jones, did you second? Sorry, thank you. Thank you. We are now moving back to the item that was pulled from consent. So we are going to 13B6. And I believe that was Trustee Bullock's, correct?
Yes, I pulled this item just to have a little more discussion and see if I could make a request. With it being on the agenda, I did receive two really lovely letters. And the speakers that we had tonight, Logan and Mary, it was really an outpouring from San Clemente High School. Sarah King, and I'm not sure if she's a teacher or a parent.
Teacher.
She's a teacher, okay. And so she is on vacation and wrote me a letter a couple nights ago in regards to the program. And she's, I believe, kind of the liaison representative for the school there, as well as Margie Westling, also an English teacher there. And I agree with them in terms of we need to be a light out in the world and that we need to be respectful and compassionate and reaffirming in our actions, in our teachings. I shared with them in my response back, as I'm going to share with you tonight, is that this is not the first time I've stated this. I really dislike the title, No Place for Hate. I don't think you should use in the title something that you're trying to not have happen. But I understand it's kind of catchy for high school and all. And I think that what is going on and what I know that's been happening in San Clemente High School has been very positive, and I give them accolades for that. With this program, it's really all about, for me, the leadership. And done right, this is a conversation we need to have with our students. And we need to work on it. And one of the examples that was given this evening from the young lady, Mary, who talked about how she was addressed in a classroom. These are the things that when we give students the tools to respond, to get a better response, as opposed just starting to mudsling back and forth, it doesn't help the situation. I also use an expression all the time, the staff knows, I inspect what I expect. And so I went to Tesoro this last year, actually it was 2022, for their training program. And I was sitting there was about 5 adults in the room and the rest was filled with mainly ASB. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is good stuff. They're teaching good stuff. But by the end of the day, my feeling was the 2 facilitators that were not staff, they were from the organization, kind of went rogue and started advocating. The one woman was advocating, because this was before election 2022 in November, advocating about women and their body and all. And then the other gentleman was talking about BLM. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, we're going off here on their tangents, leading the students. I sat there and I didn't say anything because I'm there to just observe. But I did share that when I came back with the staff. So that's my concern, is that, one, I requested that we make sure we vet anybody that's a third party who comes on and connects with our students. I believe in the vetting process and them being in our schools, that there should be a counselor, there should be a teacher in the room with them to make sure that it's being facilitated in the way we intended. But more importantly, why I pulled this is I had also invited staff to go and visit 2 of the elementary schools that are in the Mission Viejo area, who have developed programs of their own called Kindness. And I have to say, when you walk on campus at Riley and Castile, that's all you see is happiness and kindness and all the things that they've done to reinforce that with our young people. And so when I looked at the breakdown of 12 schools, elementary, middle school, and high school, I would prefer that our elementary school, that with children that young, we use the language we want them to embrace. Kindness. No place for hate is just reinforcing that word. And as a move forward, I would really like to see the district look for, there's got to be other programs out there. Or we have our schools that have developed a kindness program that has worked for them. And we know that by some of the schools like Castile that have had less students having to be called into the office and have, going through the motions of, talking to the assistant principal and all, because they're able to address it right then when it happens and remind the students of being respectful of others and with kindness. So my challenge would be to do a kindness program in elementary school. I still don't like the title, No Place for Hate. I think we should be mindful in terms of the leadership that what we're discussing and the activities we do, it's desperately needed. It's desperately needed in middle school. But I would like to make sure that we're using the right language. And like anything, when we order new textbooks, there's a time that comes where we might just want to look at what are our other options out there in terms of something that might be produced that I think is more positive. So I just bring that forward in terms of thoughts. And, I would vote for this for high school because I think it's been very positive. I personally, professionally don't like it for young children. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Okay. Trustees, Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Bullockis. I hear that a lot with the people don't like the word hate. I mean, hate is just a descriptor. So once we remove hate, we could remove that word, right? So how lovely. One day, hopefully somebody says to me, hey, what's that word hate? And I'd say, oh, I don't know, it doesn't exist anymore. So that would be delightful. So the ADL has been around forever. It is the world's top program for what we are doing. What's really interesting and what was the principal from San Clemente High School will tell you what he was attracted to right away with some significant issues. And we have two amazing letters that I'd be happy to read out for context around this program, that it is customizable. So it is a program that, depending upon the needs of your school, what's happening at your school, all of our schools are different. They have different situations that are happening. So you can tailor this. This is not a one size fits all. It is in person, it's standards based. It does incorporate the latest research. And of course, it is used when you're able to have continuity with a program, then it's not stop start. So when we would be able to have age appropriate in elementary, then it builds and then it builds again. Kindness programs also should be part of our school community, but it's different. And as staff responded to us, the ADL kindness are kindness and they're darling and they support our PBIS and they're sweet. And it's a kind of a quick interaction and how they do it on the campuses. The ADL program focuses meant to encourage students to value empathy and the uniqueness of diversity and inclusiveness of all students. So again, the kindness programs support our PBIS work. It's wonderful. And school-wide expectations, where the No Place for Hate lessons develop student skills to embrace inclusivity. And I would add that they hone and the skills then become lifelong. They're not one-off, right? So like one minute I get a kindness thing because I'm kind for a second, and then I turn around and I'm like so unkind right after that. So obviously I think this program is amazing. I've had the opportunity to sit in on the models for elementary. These were for the teacher training, elementary, middle, and high school. I learned a lot. I am trying. I'm not there yet. I need to be better out in the world as I go about my everyday business, and I'm really working on it. I found it so invaluable. And the feedback that I get from the teachers is it creates, and it's in one of our letters as well. It's that, and what the student brought up, it creates language and response that children thrive in consistency. They really do. It's like being a good parent. And so that now on a school side, I'll use Marco, for example. It was amazing. And the teachers had breakout sessions. It was exciting. And they felt empowered now to be all on the same page, because kids are kids and they're doing different things and they know they can do workarounds too. So I do take umbrage with you. I think that age appropriate, and given the school side's ability to tailor this to what they need, we will then see a very productive program along with our sweet kindness. This isn't a one, unfortunately, this isn't an end all be all. Our problems extend beyond that. So as we build and have, I said this before, if we were a No Place for Hate school district, I think we would lessen our problems that are still challenging our young people, especially little kids, little problems, big kids, big problems. So kind of a soapbox there. I would I would look to our schools to launch this the way they see fit and the way staff supports them with this program. But I believe in it wholeheartedly. And again, we have great first-person testimonies from our teachers that have been doing it. And I am grateful each and every day that San Clemente on their own jumped in there and said, you know what, this stops, it stops now. And this is what we're doing. This is a fabulous, fabulous program.
Any other trustees? Trustee Bolkus?
Just to clarify, I also have had elementary principals say that they don't want and will not be implementing No Place for Hate. And I don't want anyone to think that kindness is just happy sunshine and we have that hand out flowers and all. It's a matter of an assistant principal who is the one usually at the school district that is getting the kids in the office because of bullying. And really, as it was explained to me, it's not so much bullying as just downright rude to another student. And that's when we say that's not okay. That's not how we treat one another. So there is depth to the program of kindness. And it is just, like I say, I think it's a little more age appropriate and using positivity with children in guiding them. And I do think inconsistency in terms of programs are very good. But I would encourage that we specifically look at elementary schools and the programs where they prefer to do kindness, that they're not made to feel that they have to be pushed or that they should be doing no place for hate. If they've got a good program that's going on and we've seen to, that I would encourage that. And I just wanted to open up that dialogue and ask that the principals then have that ability to choose what they think is best for their campus and their culture. Thank you.
Trustee Jones.
So I also don't like the word hate in the program. However, little kids, and I'm around little kids probably more than a lot of you are, use the word and they start using it very young. So it's not as though we are teaching them the word in this program. I do agree that it's particularly not a good word to be using with little kids, just like we don't want to use other bad words that we don't want them to use. However, some of the schools have chosen it. I know I drive by San Juan Elementary all the time and I know they're using it because they have a big thing out in front. And if the school staff has chosen it, I'm not willing to say you can't have it. I feel like this is up. If we're going to have multiple programs, we should let the schools choose it. And I want to support what the schools have chosen. And I don't want to tell, just for example, San Juan Elementary, no, we're not going to do this in elementary schools anymore, that they've already been doing it. I don't know how long. So I'm in support of this. I do understand the point, and I think you make a very good point, Trustee Wilkes, but I want to let school staffs choose.
Okay, for item 13B6, then I need a motion to move the item.
I'll move.
Okay, motion made by Trustee Hanachek, second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
And Trustee Davis. Okay. Yes, 6-1. Motion carries 6-1. There being no further business before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn? What happened? Oh, 9 o'clock. Can I? We're sticking to this theme here.
Good start.
No further business of the board. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Parham, seconded by Trustee Hanachek. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. The time is now 9 o'clock. Good night.